Hi, and welcome to Lines to Sleep, where words become your pathway to relaxation and help you drift off into sweet dreams. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. I'd love to know, where are you watching from, and what time is it there? Find your comfort, let go of the day, and let's begin this journey together now. I inherited the manor on the first day of autumn. The thick clouds rolled across the sky in shades of gray and purple, lending the entire trip to the estate a certain sense of foreboding. My father's solicitor, Mr. Graham, handed me the keys as though they were an ancient relic, heavy ornate and cold in my palm. I was almost too scared to walk through the front door. Yet excitement buzzed through me all the same. My name is Helen Bradford, and I have always dreamed of living in a place steeped in history. When I finally mustered the courage, I slipped one of the big iron keys into the lock. It turned with a dull click that resonated through the emptiness. I pushed open the massive wooden door and stepped into the grand foyer, trying to calm my breath. The interior was all dusty floors and a stale smell, like moth-eaten curtains and old books left too long in the dark. But the architecture was breathtaking, soaring ceilings with ornamental moldings, an elegant staircase curving up to the second floor, and stained glass windows that filtered what little sunlight remained into colored shards on the marble. This place had once belonged to my great-uncle, a man I'd never met, though my father spoke of him rarely and always with an undercurrent of discomfort. I suppose that should have been my first clue that the house carried secrets. I'm a painter by trade. Or, at least, I aspire to be a well-known artist someday. My style has always leaned toward the darkly dramatic. I like exploring the boundary between beauty and the unsettling. I had the naive thought that maybe inheriting this manor was my stroke of luck. I could move in here, set up a studio, and let the hushed corridors, hidden rooms, and weathered walls inspire a new series of paintings. As I explored the house, a sense of both wonder and dread filled me in equal measure. The creaking floorboards seemed to whisper with each step. After examining a few smaller rooms on the main floor, a sitting room with dusty velvet chairs, an empty library with shelves that soared to the ceiling, I decided to head upstairs. The bedrooms on the second floor smelled of old linens. One of them, presumably the master suite, had an attached sitting area that faced a large set of windows overlooking a mist-shrouded garden. By this point, I'd nearly convinced myself that the manor was simply old and creaky. Nothing more. The eerie feeling, I told myself, was my overactive imagination. But as I ventured down the hallway, I found a room at the very end with a locked door. The handle wouldn't budge when I tried it. My curiosity spiked. I rattled it again. No movement. The sense of frustration overcame me, because this was my house now, or so I kept telling myself. I had a set of old keys in the foyer, so I rushed back down to retrieve them, determined to open every corner of my new inheritance. Only one key in the bunch fit into the lock, and it turned with a protesting squeal. The door opened into a room with tall windows, half covered by torn drapes. Light slanted in, illuminating a painting on an easel. I sucked in my breath. The painting was a portrait, or the start of one. The figure of a woman had been sketched, and partially filled in with oils. Her hands were delicately posed in front of her, and her dress featured subtle details that indicated wealth or at least an old-fashioned style. But the face was missing, completely blank. The outline of a head was there, but no eyes, no nose, no mouth. The rest of the canvas was in an unfinished state too, with the background just blocked out in broad strokes of shadowy reds and deep browns. Yet even so, something about it drew me in instantly, as though it were calling for me to complete it. It was strange. I couldn't tell what era the painting was from. The style suggested something older, but the paint seemed fresh in spots, and the canvas was in excellent condition. The brushstrokes, though incomplete, hinted at real skill, and for a moment I experienced that sudden urge I sometimes get in front of half-finished work. I wanted to pick up a brush and finish it myself. A wave of excitement coursed through me, overshadowing my unease. I felt almost as though I recognized the lines of the woman's dress, or the shape of her fingers, from some half-forgotten dream. I found a large wooden wardrobe on the opposite wall, presumably for art supplies. Inside were old brushes with stiffened bristles, tubes of paint that looked decades old, and a tattered notebook with yellowed pages, all of them blank. That was odd. If someone had been painting here, why keep an unused notebook? The entire scene made me think the previous occupant had abandoned the project in haste. Could my great-uncle have been an artist, or had he allowed someone else to use this room? Shaking off the questions, I decided I would claim this as my makeshift studio. There was a certain poetic quality in finishing a painting someone else had begun, especially one that seemed so mysterious. I closed the wardrobe and looked around. The walls were a dull beige, peeling in places. Dust motes drifted in the sunbeams, giving the space a suspended, dreamlike aura. Somewhere in my gut, I felt a subtle tingling, a warning perhaps, but I pushed it aside and let the possibilities excite me. That first night in the manor, I barely slept. The weather changed quickly from calm to stormy. Rain battered the windows, and thunderclaps boomed, echoing down the halls in rolling waves. I lay in an old canopy bed in the master bedroom, covers pulled up under my chin. The fire in the grate flickered, casting shadows that danced across the ceiling. Each time I closed my eyes, I heard the wind moaning through cracks in the old house. It almost sounded like a voice, whispering words I couldn't quite make out. My exhaustion eventually overcame my anxiety, but my dreams were restless. I saw glimpses of the portrait from that hidden room. Only in my dream it was complete. The woman had a face. Pale and gaunt, her lips parted as if in silent distress. Her eyes were ink dark, fixed on me with what felt like a plea or maybe a warning. I tried to ask her who she was, but I had no voice. She opened her mouth wider, as though screaming, yet I heard no sound. The dream ended abruptly when a deafening lightning strike pulled me back to reality, heart pounding. The next morning, after a quick meal in the dusty kitchen, the crackers and stale tea from a tin I found in one of the cupboards, I ventured again to the art room. The painting was still as I left it, the woman's featureless face beckoning me. Outside, the rain had subsided, though a heavy mist clung to the gardens. The house seemed marginally less intimidating in the daylight. I lugged my own art supplies from the trunk of my car. New paints, fresh brushes, a palette. If I was going to live here, I wanted to start working. Something about that unfinished painting called to me like a siren, and I couldn't resist. I spent that day cleaning the space, airing it out, and setting up a corner for my own paintings. My style is modern, though heavily influenced by classical portraiture. I sketched a few lines in my notebook, trying to imagine how to fill in the portrait's missing face. But every time I put pencil to paper, the lines felt wrong, shaky. A sense of unease gnawed at me, as if the painting wanted to remain incomplete. Still, I found the challenge thrilling. On the third day of living in the manor, something peculiar happened. I woke early to do a quick check of the roof for leaks, as the storm had been intense, and as I passed the hallway leading to the art room, I noticed the door was ajar. I distinctly remembered closing it the night before, because I was worried about dust settling on my supplies. Yet here it was, open by a few inches. My pulse quickened. Perhaps I had simply forgotten, but the memory of closing it was so vivid. I pressed on the door, letting it swing wide. The portrait on the easel looked the same at first glance, but then I noticed tiny droplets of paint on the floor. They were dark red, almost brown, scattered near the base of the easel. The painting's background was predominantly brownish red, so maybe some paint had dripped. But I had not touched the background yet. I crouched down and touched one of the droplets with a finger. It was sticky, fresh paint. That was impossible. I had not even opened a tube of that color in days. A cold chill ran through me. "Is anyone here?" I called out, my voice echoing in the empty corridor. Of course, there was no answer. Still, I spent the next hour scouring the manor. Every room, every closet, to ensure I was alone. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps the old paint was reacting to humidity, becoming tacky. It's not uncommon for thick oil paint to remain pliable. But in my gut, the explanation felt hollow. After that unsettling morning, I tried to carry on. I told myself I was being paranoid and poured my energy into actual painting. At first, I avoided the mysterious portrait, opting instead to start a new canvas of my own, something bright and colorful in defiance of the gloom. I prepped the canvas, selected a palette of blues and yellows, and began a rough sketch with charcoal. But every time I lifted my brush, my gaze drifted to the faceless woman. An hour later, I realized I had painted almost nothing on my new piece because my mind was fixated on the other canvas. Giving in, I stood before the unfinished portrait. I studied the brushwork in the woman's dress, light strokes that captured folds of fabric with precision. Whoever had begun this painting was skilled, and I wanted to honor that artistry. So, I carefully mixed a shade of soft gray to define some of the highlights in the dress. It was exhilarating to place my brush onto the canvas, as if stepping into the footsteps of a long-lost mentor. After laying in a few subtle highlights, I paused. My head felt suddenly heavy, my vision swimming. My hand trembled, and I set the brush down, taking a moment to steady myself. My breath caught, and I felt an inexplicable wave of sadness welling up, as though it were seeping through the floorboards and into my bones. "Don't be ridiculous," I whispered, but the ache in my chest lingered. It was not physical pain, exactly, more like sorrow, deep and abiding, that had no clear source. I forced myself to refocus, to keep painting. And after another hour, the woman's dress appeared more lifelike. Not completed by any means, but polished in certain areas, although I made no move toward her face. I felt I wasn't ready. That night, the tiredness hit me hard. I crawled into bed early, wanting to read, but my eyes blurred over the words. I dreamed again of the painting. Only this time I stood inside the canvas. The background was no longer just broad strokes of color. It had become a dimly lit corridor, the walls lined with old portraits whose eyes seemed to follow me. Ahead of me, I saw the woman, still faceless, yet I sensed she was crying. I approached, my heart pounding. I felt an overwhelming urge to help her, to find her a face. As I reached out, she suddenly tilted her head, and the faint outline of lips curved into a mournful smile. That single gesture was more terrifying than a scream. I jerked awake, soaked in cold sweat, clutching the sheets. My heart hammered in my chest, and I could practically hear blood rushing in my ears. Determined not to be ruled by fear, I pushed through the next few days in the manor, exploring more of the dusty rooms, attempting to clean, and traveling into town for groceries. The locals were polite but distant. When I mentioned I'd inherited the old Bradford manor, a few townsfolk exchanged uneasy glances. I tried asking about its history, but no one offered any details beyond the usual "old houses have stories" line. A woman at the grocery store, wearing a faded green apron, simply said, "There have been tragedies, miss. Best be careful." She wouldn't elaborate. Every time I returned to the house, that locked room at the end of the corridor beckoned me. I spent more and more hours in there, finishing the background around the portrait figure. With each brushstroke, I felt oddly drained, like the painting was siphoning my energy. I chalked it up to the emotional investment and the fact that living alone in a creaking old manor was tiring. But in quiet moments, a deeper worry gnawed at me. Was I imagining that strange pull? Or was there truly something else at work? Then, something remarkable happened on the night. I decided to work on the woman's hair. I mixed a dark, lustrous brown with faint auburn highlights, carefully layering the strands. I had a reference in mind from a magazine clipping, wanting to give her a realistic texture. As I painted, I felt that same sadness creeping over me again, like a memory that wasn't mine. I saw flashes in my mind, a brief image of a handkerchief embroidered with initials, a woman sobbing in an empty drawing room, candlelight flickering on wood-paneled walls. Each image vanished as quickly as it appeared. Was I drifting into daydreams? Or were these glimpses of the house's past? When I finally stepped back to look at my progress, I nearly dropped my brush. The woman's hair appeared so real, I could almost see individual strands shimmering in the low lamplight. It was as if the painting had taken on a soft glow, Heart hammering, I blinked and ran a hand through my own hair, trying to ground myself. This was good. This was the best painting I'd done in ages. Yet I was left more uneasy than proud. One afternoon, in a sunlit corner of the library I was trying to restore, I found an old leather-bound journal. It was wedged behind a row of dusty novels. Most of the pages were blank except for a handful in the middle. At first, I thought it might be a generic ledger, but then I realized they were handwritten notes. An unquiet presence, the painting is a gateway, must not finish. My skin prickled. I flipped to the next page. She stares back, behind empty eyes. If the face is completed, she will return. The rest was unreadable. Ink had blood, and the pages were water-stained. My stomach churned. It had to be referencing the very portrait upstairs. Who wrote this? My great-uncle. Someone else who lived here. The words, "If the face is completed, she will return," echoed in my mind. A jolt of fear shot through me. Suddenly, the idea of finishing the portrait felt dangerous. Yet I was already so immersed in it. I tried telling myself it was just superstitious nonsense. But the longer I sat there, the more those scribbled words sank in. That evening, I decided to write a letter to my mother. I wanted to reassure her I was settling in fine, even though I hadn't told her much about the weirdness. She was older and prone to worry, especially after Dad passed a few years ago. For her sake, I tried to sound upbeat. But each time I tried to put a positive spin on the situation, the letter felt false. How could I describe the creeping dread? The sense that something in the house watched me. The words refused to come. Eventually, I wrote a few lines about how big the manor was and how I was planning some exciting paintings. Then I set the letter aside, feeling hollow. Instead of going to bed, I wandered the halls with a lantern. The electricity in parts of the house was unreliable. My footsteps echoed on the floorboards. The wind outside rustled the branches of old trees near the windows, creating shifting patterns on the walls. A sense of being followed prickled my neck, and every so often, I'd spin around, heart racing, only to see emptiness. At one point, I passed by a large antique mirror at the end of the second-floor hallway. The tarnished silver glass reflected me in the gloom, hair unkempt, eyes wide, the lantern casting an orange glow on my features. I saw movement behind me in the mirror. Just a flicker, like a person's silhouette. I whirled, but of course there was no one there. My heart thudded so hard, I thought I might faint. Shaken, I retreated to my bedroom, locking the door behind me. It felt silly, locking myself in, but I needed that small illusion of safety. Once under the covers, I stared at the flickering shadows, telling myself I was tired, that the mind plays tricks in old houses. And though I eventually fell asleep, I swear I heard footsteps in the corridor, pausing right outside my door before retreating. The next morning, I forced myself to approach the painting again. I wanted to see if it looked as haunting in daylight as it did in my nightmares. When I turned the knob to the art room, I felt a jolt of recognition. The door was ajar again. The painting on the easel almost seemed a little closer than before, like it had been nudged forward a few inches. My rational mind said that was impossible. Probably, in my exhaustion, I'd bumped it. Yet the notion that it might be moving on its own made my heart pound. I walked around the easel slowly, checking the floor. More tiny droplets of dark paint, this time near the woman's hair. I tentatively reached out to the canvas. The paint was dry to the touch. Good. I hadn't used that color since the previous afternoon, so it should be dry. So where had these droplets come from? My mind flicked back to the journal's words. If the face is completed, she will return. I stared at the blank oval where the face should be. Part of me wanted to tear the canvas apart. But a deeper part was enthralled, needing to finish what had been started. Over the next few days, I pushed forward, adding details to the background, a subtle pattern behind the figure, faint silhouettes of furniture or architecture. The more I painted, the clearer my dreams became, as though each stroke unlocked fragments of a hidden story. I saw glimpses of a woman in white, running down the halls, tears streaming. A man's shadow in pursuit, shouting words I couldn't hear. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, sometimes with tears on my cheeks. In the mornings, I felt progressively more exhausted. My reflection in the bathroom mirror showed dark circles under my eyes. My hair looked dull. I was hardly eating, just nibbling on crackers or leftover soup. Yet I couldn't stop. Late one afternoon, I found myself alone in the art room, finishing the detail of the woman's hands. She wore a ring on the right index finger, a design of a serpent biting its tail. A wave of dizziness hit me. I set the brush down and noticed my hand trembling violently. I steadied myself against a table, trying to breathe. My head spun with disjointed images: a family argument, a locked room, a frantic scrawl in a journal. Then, just like that, it cleared. Panting, I wiped the sweat off my brow. This place was getting under my skin, or maybe I was succumbing to some kind of mania. I decided I needed a break. Locking the art room behind me, I drove into town and found a small cafe. It was cozy with warm lighting and the smell of pastries. I settled at a corner table, sipping a cup of hot coffee, trying to gather my nerves. The waiter who served me, a young man, noticed my shaky hands. "Long day?" he asked politely. "Yeah," I said, forcing a small smile. "Just moved into the Bradford manor, and it's a lot." His expression changed instantly. "Oh, you're the new owner." I nodded. He glanced around as if to make sure no one was listening, then lowered his voice. "Look, I don't know how much you've heard, but folks say that place is, not exactly restful." He cleared his throat, looking embarrassed. I wanted to ask him more, but he simply walked away. I finished my coffee, ignoring the stares from a few other patrons. They seemed simultaneously curious and hesitant, as if wanting to talk but afraid to do so. Something told me there were rumors about the manor. And while I despised gossip, I couldn't deny something about that house was definitely off. That night, I tried a new tactic. I set up a small camera in the art room before I went to bed. It was an old digital camera with decent battery life, and I had a large memory card. I wanted to see if anything moved in the night, like the painting or the easel. I locked the door behind me, pocketing the key. If something inexplicable was happening, I wanted proof. Sleep came fitfully, and my dreams were once again consumed by the portrait. The woman's faceless silhouette followed me through the halls. At one point, in the dream, I stumbled into the locked room. The portrait was complete. She had eyes, dark, sorrowful eyes, and they stared right into my soul. I tried to scream, but no sound emerged. Then the woman stepped out of the canvas, her outline flickering like a dying candle flame, and she reached for me with trembling hands. I jolted awake, adrenaline coursing through me, my heart a wild drum in my chest. Come morning, I forced myself to eat half a slice of toast and some water before heading to the art room. My hands quivered as I fumbled with the key in the lock. The door swung open. The camera was where I'd placed it, but it was turned off, even though I'd left it recording. My stomach twisted. I hurried over, pressed the power button, and saw that the battery was completely drained. It had been fully charged the night before. I double-checked. Something had drained it overnight. My rational mind scrambled for an explanation. Maybe the battery was old or defective. I tried turning it on again, but it remained dead. The memory card, at least, was intact, so I removed it, planning to check on my laptop later. The painting, for its part, sat quietly on the easel, unchanged at first glance. But as I took a step closer, I noticed the edges of the background looked slightly different. A faint swirl, like brush strokes I didn't remember applying. My heart hammered. Either I'd painted in my sleep, which seemed absurd, or I didn't want to finish that thought. Later that day, I rummaged through the manor's dusty rooms again, hoping to find something that might explain what was happening. Eventually, in a small attic space, I discovered a wooden trunk. Inside were old letters, presumably from my great-uncle's time. Most were dull, correspondences about finances, property matters. But one letter caught my eye. It mentioned a woman named Eleanor, described as troubled and obsessed with completing a certain portrait. My great-uncle wrote, "She confides in me that she hears the portrait calling to her. I fear for her health. But she insists she must give the figure a face. Her eyes grow dark with exhaustion, and I worry she may meet a tragic end if she does not cease this madness. Then my blood ran cold. Eleanor, could she have been the pain who started that portrait? The parallels were unnerving. I tried to recall if my father ever mentioned an Eleanor in the family. Nothing surfaced. The letter ended abruptly, with a cryptic line, "I have locked away the painting. Let it remain unfinished for all our sakes." Shaken by this discovery, I resolved to leave the portrait alone for a few days. I focused on other tasks. Fixing minor leaks, cleaning out old cobwebs, replacing burnt-out light bulbs. But even as I labored, I could feel the painting's pull. Sometimes I'd catch myself standing in the corridor outside the locked door, as if drawn there by an unseen force. My fingertips itched to pick up a paintbrush and keep going, especially to define the woman's face. It was like an addiction, or more accurately, like the painting had a will of its own. One night, as I tried to sleep, I heard a faint noise, a soft scraping sound. I shot out of bed, heart in my throat, and listened. It repeated scrape, scrape, coming from the direction of the art room. Gathering courage, I took my flashlight, walked into the corridor, and made my way toward the locked door. The scraping sound stopped the moment I reached it. I stood there, my hand trembling on the doorknob. Part of me wanted to open it, another part screamed to flee. After a long moment, I turned away and practically ran back to my bedroom, locking the door behind me, chest heaving. Adrenaline coursed through me, and sleep felt impossible. Still, in the early hours of the morning, I drifted into a half-conscious doze. And in that half-sleep, I heard a voice. A whisper, so close it might have been just behind my ear. "Finish me." I jerked awake, mouth dry, eyes stinging. The room was silent except for my hammering heart. Dawn light filtered in through the curtains, revealing the mundane shapes of furniture. Had I imagined it? Possibly. Probably. Yet the sense of presence lingered. That day, I decided enough was enough. I would face the painting, examine it, and if it seemed too disturbing, I'd store it away. Maybe even burn it. The thought of destroying a work of art horrified me on some level, but my own sanity was at stake. So, after breakfast, I squared my shoulders and went to the art room. Unlocking the door, I marched inside. Everything was still, eerily quiet, bathed in the pale morning light. The portrait stood on the easel, half-finished, awaiting me. I approached slowly, exhaling a shaky breath. The background, the dress, the hair, the delicate hands, every element so carefully crafted, either by Eleanor's brush or mine. But the face remained an empty oval. I felt an inexplicable urge to pick up my brush and begin. It was like muscle memory taking over, my identity as an artist compelling me to complete this image. My heart throbbed with both fear and anticipation. Could the face truly be a gateway to something terrible? Or was I letting an old journal and letter feed my imagination? Art has always been about expression, about bringing the intangible into form. What if finishing this face would merely exorcise the ghosts that linger here? I battled with myself, but in the end, I found my hands assembling a palette of flesh-toned paints. My mind told me I was making a mistake, yet I couldn't stop. Dip the brush, raise it to the canvas. I began outlining the shape of a jaw, a gentle curve that suggested a refined woman. Each stroke felt electric. My pulse thudded in my ears, and my vision narrowed on the canvas. I added the suggestion of cheekbones, a faint flush, a highlight near the temple. With each brushstroke, I felt my energy flagging, as though the painting consumed not just my skill, but my very vitality. Yet I kept going, enthralled. The hour passed in a blur. My knees went weak, and I had to lean on the easel for support. By the time I forced myself to stop, I realized I had only half formed the face. Just the lower half. The eyes were still empty, but it already looked hauntingly real. My reflection in the window behind the easel startled me. I looked paler, with dark rings under my eyes, sweat dampening my hairline. Then I caught something in the corner of my vision. Movement on the canvas. I whipped my head around. The newly painted portion of her face seemed to shimmer as the paint glistened. My heart nearly stopped. For a split second, I thought her lips were forming a shape, like a word. I stumbled backward, almost knocking over a stool. But it was just paint, still wet, reflecting the light. Right? I retreated from the room, locked the door, and spent the rest of the day pacing the halls, unable to concentrate. That night, my dreams returned with a vengeance. I was running through the manor, the corridors twisting in on themselves. Doors led to the same art room again and again. In every iteration, the portrait was closer to completion, the woman's lips parted in silent lament. The sense of sorrow crushed me, as though an invisible weight pressed on my chest. Finally, in the dream, I found myself standing before her completed face, those eyes staring straight through me. In them, I saw a swirl of memories not my own. Arguments, heartbreak, a funeral. A scream built in my throat, but then the scene broke apart like shattered glass. I woke up sobbing into my pillow. Morning arrived and I felt hollow, as if I hadn't truly rested. My limbs felt leaden, my mind hazy, but an unshakable determination grew inside me. I needed answers. I suspected the portrait was more than an unfinished canvas. It was some kind of anchor for restless spirits or a conduit for tragedy that once befell someone in this house. The time had come to dig deeper. Maybe I could find an official record, something about Eleanor or my great-uncle, or the circumstances of their deaths. I remembered seeing a locked filing cabinet in the study. I'd bypassed it earlier, lacking the right key. But desperation overcame my hesitation. I rummaged through the house until I found a thin metal key in a drawer full of miscellaneous items. By luck or fate, it fit the cabinet's lock. Inside were old documents, property deeds, tax records, and a single folder labeled Private. My heart pounded as I flipped it open. A stack of letters, brittle with age, spilled out. They were from a local doctor. My eyes skimmed lines that leapt out at me. Increasing delusions, claims the painting speaks to her self-harm attempts. Another page. A leaner stands at the easel all night, refusing to eat or sleep. She mutters about finishing the face. I fear we cannot save her if this continues. A shiver rippled down my spine. This was more proof that the same madness consuming me had once consumed Eleanor. The final letter had just a few lines. She's gone. Found her on the floor, paint on her hands and dress, eyes wide open. I felt dizzy. The folder slipped from my grasp, pages scattering on the floor. Eleanor died in this house, presumably because of that portrait. Or she believed she would be free if she completed it. My great-uncle must have tried to hide it away, to prevent more tragedy. Then I inherited the manor, and like a moth to a flame, I was drawn to the same cursed canvas. Trembling, I stuffed the letters back into the folder. Panic waged war with fascination. Part of me screamed, destroy the painting now. Another part whispered, finish it and set her free. I realized I didn't know which was the correct path. Would completing the painting unleash something worse, or bring closure? By the time I returned to the corridor leading to the art room, it was late afternoon. Sunlight slanted through the stained glass windows, painting the walls with fractured colors. I paused outside the locked door. My breathing was ragged. My sweaty palm gripped the key. I wasn't ready to decide just yet. Fear coiled in my stomach. But one thing was certain, the painting's pull was growing stronger with each passing day. And the house, or whatever presence dwelled here, wouldn't rest until the final brushstrokes were laid. Or until I found another way to break this hold. I decided I couldn't stay locked in a standoff with the painting forever. Even though terror prickled at my nerves, the practical side of me insisted there must be a rational explanation. Perhaps the house's history and my own stress were converging in a maelstrom of paranoia. Maybe if I sought professional help, a local historian, a psychic, even a therapist, I might regain control. The notion felt drastic, but so did my mounting dread. I spent the morning combing through phone directories and local community boards online. My laptop struggled with the manor's spotty wireless signal, so I tethered it to my phone. A long list of possibilities appeared: antique appraisers, realtors familiar with historical properties, local history enthusiasts. None stood out as specifically knowledgeable in haunted paintings. Of course, but I noted down a few names. I also bookmarked the contact for a small local museum. If anyone had records about the Bradford family or the manor's tragedies, a museum archivist might. Before I could lose my nerve, I made a phone call to a woman named Margaret Kelly, a retired teacher rumored to be something of a local historian. She answered on the second ring, her tone brisk but curious. When I asked if she knew anything about the old Bradford place, she went quiet, then said, "I know plenty. Your family wasn't exactly well loved, dear." No offense. I tried to stammer out a polite response, but she barreled on. Grandmother worked as a maid there. She had stories, told me about the sadness in that house. She paused, as though weighing her words. "If you want to talk, come by my place tomorrow morning. You can't miss my blue cottage at the end of Willow Bend Road." A relief and trepidation warred inside me. Part of me was afraid to hear more. Still, I agreed. We set a time, 10 in the morning. Maybe I'd finally get some clarity. After hanging up, I paced the foyer, glancing at the grand staircase. At the top stood the corridor that led to the locked art room. Even from where I was, I felt a tremor in the air, as if the painting summoned me. My throat felt dry. I resolved not to go near that room until I'd spoken to Margaret. As the afternoon stretched on, I tried distracting myself by cleaning the library and sorting through more old books. Outside, the sky hung low and gray, threatening a downpour. At one point, thunder rumbled in the distance, making the windows rattle. I knelt on the floor, reorganizing a few volumes, when I heard the sound of footsteps above me. My heart lurched. It was definitely footsteps, slow, measured, directly overhead. But the only room above the library was that wretched art room. Swallowing panic, I stood listening. Could it be the house settling? Old places did tend to groan and pop with changing weather. But these footfalls sounded deliberate, like someone pacing. Adrenaline surged. I didn't want to investigate, but ignoring it felt worse. I grabbed the heaviest hardcover book I could find, clutching it like a weapon, and headed upstairs. The corridor was silent except for the steady patter of rain against the windows. My nerve faltered in front of the locked door. When I pressed my ear to the wood, all I heard was my own ragged breathing. I fumbled with the key, slid it into the lock, and pushed the door open, bracing myself. The art room was dim, lit by a single dusty window. The painting stood on its easel, inert. No footprints marked the dusty floorboards. I exhaled in a shaky rush. Was it my imagination? The painting seemed unchanged at first glance, still missing the eyes. But my gaze flicked to the lower half of the face that I'd painted. The lips appeared different. The color was deeper somehow, as though fresh paint had been applied. My stomach did a slow flip. I refused to go closer. Instead, I backed out of the room and locked it again, certain I'd heard footsteps, but with no rational explanation at hand. That night, I couldn't muster the appetite to cook. I made tea and forced down half a sandwich. The rain pounded against the windows, and the house groaned, as if restless. To distract myself from the oppressive silence, I turned on some classical music at low volume. The gentle strains of a violin concerto wove through the halls, a fragile barrier against encroaching unease. Yet my thoughts kept returning to the portrait. Each time I imagined those half-formed features, a sensation of sorrow crashed over me. It reminded me of hearing a friend's tragic life story, heartbreaking, haunting. I found myself empathizing with the unknown woman, as if she'd suffered immeasurably. At one point, I realized tears were slipping down my cheeks unprompted. That startled me. I wiped them away, breathing heavily. What was happening to me? I retreated to the master bedroom, thinking sleep might provide an escape. It didn't. My dreams were chaotic. I was in the manor's garden at dusk, bare branches scratching at the sky. A figure in a long dress drifted among the hedges. When I approached, she pivoted around. The lower half of her face was mine. My mouth, my chin, and the top half was blank. Slowly, she raised a hand and pointed behind me. I turned and saw a row of gravestones, each bearing my family name. Then I heard a whisper that sounded half like my voice, half like someone else's. "Finish me?" I tried to wake, but the dream held me in place. In desperation, I sprinted through the garden, only to find myself at the manor's front door. It opened on its own. The interior was dark except for a single flickering lamp in the art room. A shape, a silhouette of a woman, stood at the easel, painting. When she looked over her shoulder, I woke with a violent start, soaked in cold sweat. I didn't sleep again that night. By dawn, I was an exhausted wreck, but I had Margaret's appointment to keep. So I splashed my face with cold water, dressed in jeans and a sweater, and drove through the drizzle to Willow Bend Road. Her cottage was indeed impossible to miss: bright blue paint, a small fence of white pickets, and a well-tended flower bed. The air smelled of wet earth. I knocked on the door, footsteps approached, and an older woman with keen gray eyes opened. She wore a floral apron and had her hair in a neat bun. "You must be Helen," she said, not unkindly. She sized me up, noticing the shadows under my eyes. "You look like you need a warm drink, dear. Come in." Margaret's home was cramped but cozy. She led me to a small kitchen where the kettle was already whistling. After handing me a steaming mug of chamomile tea, she gestured for me to sit. I sank into a wooden chair, feeling like a child about to hear a cautionary tale. "Well then," she began, taking the seat across from me. "I won't dance around the topic. My grandmother served in Bradford Manor when she was quite young. She used to say that house was cursed by sorrow. She never elaborated much, but I do know something happened with the portrait. She claimed it ruined one of the residents. A cousin or niece, perhaps. She died young, under tragic circumstances." I gripped my mug. "Her name was Eleanor, right?" Margaret blinked, lips parted. "So you already know." She set her tea down. "Yes, that was her name. My grandmother once said Eleanor seemed fine at first. Talented, a gifted artist. But then she grew distant, as though her mind was somewhere else. She hardly ate or slept, just painted day and night. When she did speak, she said bizarre things, like she could hear voices in the walls." Margaret took a steadying breath. "One morning, she was found in the art room, collapsed. The painting was nearly finished, but her heart gave out, or so they said." A cold wave rippled through me. "What do you mean by nearly finished?" Margaret's gaze flicked away. "Grandma never saw the painting herself. It was all hush-hush. The family locked it away. Rumors spread that Eleanor's spirit was trapped there, or that she was painting something unholy." She shook her head. "Small towns love their ghost stories, of course. But even decades later, the servants and neighbors avoided that manor. Some claimed they heard screams at night, saw lights in the windows. My skin crawled at the parallels with my own experience. "I've come across that painting," I admitted. "I've been working on it, and things are happening. Unexplainable things. Sometimes I feel like it's draining me, or it's trying to drive you mad." Margaret finished quietly. Her eyes were gentle, sympathetic. "You need to be careful. People say that painting wants to be completed. It seduces you. But once it's done," she trailed off. Fear twisted my stomach. I closed my eyes, imagining the painting's blank eyes. Was it truly a gate, or a vessel for Eleanor's tormented spirit? Or was I losing my mind? "What should I do?" I whispered. Margaret rubbed her temples. "If I were you, I'd destroy it. But I know an artist might find that hard to swallow." She pursed her lips. "Alternatively, some folks believe finishing it under proper conditions, like a purification, could lay the spirit to rest. But that's delving into superstition." A swirl of conflicting urges rose inside me. My logical side said yes, I should burn the damn thing. But the artist in me rebelled at the thought of destroying art, especially one so skillfully rendered. And if there was a chance the spirit could be set free, or appeased by finishing, shouldn't I attempt that instead of consenting it to oblivion? Margaret searched my face. "I see you're torn. Just promise me you'll be careful, child. There's no shame in leaving that place if it's too much." I managed a thin, grateful smile. "Thank you, I appreciate your honesty." She nodded, eyes sad. "We all have our ghosts." On my drive back to the manor, the wind picked up, shaking the trees. Gravel crunched under my tires as I pulled into the driveway. and the vast silhouette of the house loomed, a dark monolith in the dull daylight. My heart thumped with dread. I had decisions to make. Yet, as I walked inside, rain dripping from my jacket, I sensed the house had been waiting. After dropping my keys on a side table, I stood in the foyer, listening to the hush. The air felt charged, like the moment before a thunderclap. Despite my terror, I forced myself to climb the stairs, ignoring the voice in my head pleading for me to run. The corridor stretched ahead, a path of gloom. When I reached the locked door to the art room, I paused. My hand tightened on the key. If I intended to destroy the painting, I should do it now, swiftly, before I lost the courage. But as the key slipped into the lock, the memory of the woman's half-finished face flashed across my mind. Her partially painted lips, the suggestion of sorrow. I couldn't turn the key, not yet. Instead, I turned away and retreated to the library. Every fiber of my being felt on edge. I slumped into an armchair and opened my laptop, deciding to check the memory card from the digital camera that had died. Maybe there was some clue, some photographic anomaly. The battery on the camera itself was shot, but I could access the files from the memory card on my computer. My heart pounded as I navigated the folder. There was just one file. A video clip with a timestamp matching the night I'd left the camera recording. Perfect. I clicked it. Static, then a flicker of the art room illuminated by my small lamp. For several long seconds, nothing happened. The easel stood in the same position I'd left it. Dust danced in the faint light. Then, the frame crackled. The video glitched, showing weird distortions. My pulse quickened. Was it a corrupted file? Out of nowhere, the easel jerked. I gasped, leaning in. The picture was grainy, but it clearly showed the easel rocking slightly, as if bumped. Then the feed cut to static again. My breath caught. The video resumed, and the painting was in a different orientation, angled slightly more toward the camera. My mind reeled. It was as though someone had moved it. But no figure appeared in frame. I watched in horrified fascination as the camera lens flickered again, static rolling across the screen. When it cleared, the painting's position had changed yet again, now even closer. My stomach churned. I waited for any sign of a person, but the room was empty. On screen, the painting seemed to pulse in the uncertain light. Then the feed cut out entirely. The file ended. The entire clip was just under 2 minutes. I sat back, heart hammering. The camera battery had been drained to 0, but it captured those bizarre glimpses. This wasn't in my head. It was real. Something, or someone, was moving that painting. The primal fear that rose in me was almost suffocating, but it came with a twisted affirmation. I wasn't just imagining things. The house held secrets, and the painting was the center of them all. Margaret's words echoed, "Destroy it." But I felt equally pulled by the idea of finishing it. If the painting was harboring Eleanor's restless spirit, maybe completion could free her and break this cycle. Yet that path reeked of danger. I sent the video file to an external drive for safekeeping. Then, restless and unnerved, I paced the manor. My footsteps resonated in the emptiness. I ended up in the main hall, looking at the old family portraits lining the walls. Faded eyes stared down from elaborate frames. I wondered if any of them had been painted by Eleanor, or if they watched me now with silent condemnation. I traced my fingers over a brass nameplate. Richard Bradford, 1873-1939. A stern-faced man with a pointed beard. Did he know about the painting's curse? Did he try to help, or was he complicit? Lightning flashed outside, illuminating the stained glass windows in a momentary blaze of color. Thunder rattled the panes. The storm intensified, and the power flickered. With a groan of frustration, I realized the electricity might go out again. Determined not to be caught unprepared, I rummaged in the kitchen drawers for candles and a flashlight. The storm howled, and the lights blinked a few more times. Eventually, darkness swallowed the manor. Only my flashlight beam cut through the gloom. The wind outside roared like a furious entity trying to break in. At that moment, I heard a dull thump from upstairs, followed by a scraping sound. My mouth went dry. I aimed the flashlight at the staircase. It took a monumental effort to force my legs to move. Step by step, I climbed, the banister trembling beneath my hand, or maybe I was the one shaking. The corridor loomed, full of shifting shadows. Another scrape, louder this time. It sounded like wood dragging on wood. I reached the door to the art room. My nerves were taut as a bowstring. Taking a steadying breath, I called out, Who's there? My voice sounded pathetically small. Only silence replied. The door was unlocked. Hadn't I locked it earlier? My heart pounded. Summoning what remained of my courage, I pushed the door open, flashlight slicing through the blackness. The painting was no longer on the easel. It had been moved to the center of the room, leaning against a table. My flashlight trembled in my grip. Impossible. No one else was here. My pulse hammered as I swept the beam around, half expecting to see a figure. The shadows were empty. I tried to rationalize. Maybe I left it there. But no, that was a lie. It had always been on the easel. Lightning flashed through the windows, revealing the painting's half-finished face. For an instant, I thought the mouth was parted wider than before, like it was about to speak. I nearly dropped the flashlight. My breath came in shallow pants. A wave of vertigo hit me, and I staggered back into the hallway, slamming the door shut. I sank to the floor, back against the wall, mind spinning. This was beyond me, beyond logic. I don't know how long I sat there. The storm raged, and the corridor flickered with lightning. Eventually, the adrenaline coursing through me subsided enough to let me think straight. I made a decision, a reckless one. I would destroy it. Tonight. My mind was unraveling, and I couldn't risk letting this go on any longer. If Margaret's grandmother believed the painting was cursed, maybe that was the final word. I pushed myself up, swallowing the lump of terror in my throat, and headed for the kitchen. There was a small stash of tools in a closet. I grabbed a hammer, some matches, and a small can of lighter fluid I'd found in the garage earlier. My hands shook so badly that the metal can rattled. Heart pounding, I returned to the art room door. The hall felt colder, the shadows deeper. The handle turned, and I stepped inside, setting my flashlight on a side table so its beam illuminated the painting. It loomed where I'd last seen it, propped against the table like it was on display. My flashlight's glare brought out every detail of the half-finished face, the painted cheeks, the delicate shading around the nose, the parted lips. I could almost see glimmers of wetness, as though tears were forming. That sorrowful tug seized my chest again, making me hesitate. She seemed so real, so alive. I clenched my jaw. I couldn't let pity or fascination stop me. Enough, I whispered, stepping closer. I raised the hammer, intending to drive it straight through the canvas. But my arms felt like lead. A wave of intense nausea hit me, as if my body were rebelling. Sweat dripped down my forehead. With a cry of frustration, I willed my muscles to obey. The hammer hovered inches from the canvas, but I couldn't bring it down. An invisible force felt like it was clutching my wrists, preventing me from destroying it. My heart thundered. "Let me go!" I shouted, voice echoing. I mustered all my will and swung. The strike landed, but not squarely. The hammer's edge glanced off the wooden frame, splintering it, but leaving the canvas largely intact. The painting wobbled, then toppled forward, almost knocking me over. The flashlight beam flickered across the painted figure. I lunged frantically, hammering at the frame again and again. Wood splintered. Bits of gilded trim flew, but each time I aimed for the actual canvas, something seemed to push my hand off course. My frustration and terror built to a crescendo. Finally, I tore the painting from its frame, panting with exertion. The canvas sagged in my grip, the wet glimmer of paint mocking me. I fumbled for the lighter fluid, uncapped it, and doused the front of the painting, my hands shaking. I struck a match, heart in my throat, and let it drop. For a second, the flame caught on a corner, flickering along the edges of the canvas. Relief flared in me until a gust of wind from the open window gusted, snuffing it out. Desperate, I tried again, but the match sputtered in the damp air. When at last a spark caught, the flames danced only briefly on the outer edges. The paint itself seemed oddly resistant, as though it refused to burn. My eyes stung from fumes and tears of sheer frustration. Lightning flashed, throwing the painting into stark relief. The half-finished face almost appeared to twist with pain. A guttural sob escaped my lips. Then, as if compelled by a last-ditch surge of panic, I scrambled for the corner of the room where the old fireplace stood. It had gone unused for ages, but if I could rekindle it, I dragged the painting toward the hearth, kicked aside debris, and tossed in scraps of paper from the old wardrobe. My trembling hands fumbled with the lighter fluid, soaking the kindling. Another match sparked to life. The small flames licked upward, hungry. Carefully, I fed the painting into the nascent fire, inch by inch, ignoring the frantic pounding of my heart. Smoke billowed, acrid. My eyes watered and I cut violently. The portrait's edges blackened, curling. For a moment, I thought it was working. Then a sudden wave of heat pushed out, nearly singing my eyebrows. I jerked back, the roar of the flames almost deafening. And in that blaze, I glimpsed the paint bubble and blister. The face contorted, as if in agony. Horror washed through me. The flames grew more intense, swirling with an unnatural ferocity. I staggered away, covering my mouth, tears streaming from the smoke. Then, just as abruptly, the fire sputtered, hissed, and died. In a matter of seconds, it went from a raging inferno to cold embers, leaving the room in suffocating darkness. My flashlight had rolled away, and all I saw were the faint, reddish coals in the hearth. In frantic disbelief, I lunged forward, rummaging for the painting. My fingers found a large chunk of intact canvas in the ashes. It was damaged around the edges, singed, but the center, her face, remained disturbingly visible. I gagged on the smoke, my lungs burning. A wave of defeat crashed over me as I realized the painting refused to be destroyed. Or if it could be, it wasn't by normal means. I stumbled out of the room, half collapsing in the corridor. My cheeks were streaked with soot and tears, my clothes reeking of smoke. The storm outside raged on, lightning revealing my shaking, pathetic form on the hallway floor. I couldn't do it. I'd tried, but I couldn't sever the connection this thing had to me. Despair bled through my veins. I felt trapped, helpless. As I knelt there, trembling, a single, terrible thought ignited. Maybe finishing the portrait was the only way. I woke from a fitful doze on the hallway floor, with my head leaning against the wall, the smell of ash clinging to my clothes. My knees ached, and my throat was raw from inhaling smoke. Outside, the thunder had quieted, though the wind still rattled the windows. My mind felt numb and bruised. The painting, like an accursed phoenix, remained. It refused to be destroyed, or I was incapable of it. Either way, the conclusion was the same. The only other option left was to finish it. Standing unsteadily, I brushed off soot from my pant legs. My flashlight lay on its side, its beam cutting across the worn floorboards. The corridor stretched empty in both directions, a silent witness to my failure. Each step felt like I was walking through molasses. I bent to retrieve the flashlight. Then, on quivering legs, I forced myself back into the art room. It was like returning to a crime scene. The acrid smell of burnt paint still hung in the air, mixing with a faint metallic tang that made my stomach flip. I wiped my cheeks, uncertain if the wetness was from tears or perspiration. The fireplace embers had gone cold. By their faint glow earlier, I'd seen the half-charred remains of the canvas. Now, in the pale dawn light leaking through a grime-covered window, I could see them more clearly. The edges were destroyed, blackened to a crisp. But at least 2/3 of the painting survived, including the entire section of the woman's face. I stared at it in dismay. My first instinct was to try again, to break it down further. Yet I sensed a futility in that. Something was protecting it. Or my mind simply wouldn't let me finish the job. Breathing raggedly, I gathered up what was left of the painting. The canvas felt stiff and delicate, flaking with char. Even so, the figure remained vividly visible. My eyes lingered on the mouth I'd painted, parted as if about to speak. Or scream. Holding the ruined canvas felt like clutching a living thing. I took it back to the easel, though it barely fit without the original frame. I propped it there, my emotions lurching between horror and fascination. A whisper of resignation passed through me. Finishing it might be the only way to end this nightmare. The next few hours passed in a delirium of exhaustion and indecision. I tried lying down in my bedroom, but found no rest. The moment I closed my eyes, I felt the painting's presence tugging at my mind, summoning me back. Eventually, I went to the bathroom, scrubbed the soot from my skin, changed into clean clothes, and forced myself to eat a piece of bread. My mouth was too dry for anything else. By late morning, the storm had eased into a gentle drizzle. I realized I needed fresh air, anything to clear my head. Driving off aimlessly might not have solved anything, but it gave me a sense of distance. So I grabbed my car keys, left the manor, and sped down the winding driveway. The countryside stretched in damp, rolling hills, a mist hanging low over the fields. Usually I found the view tranquil, but that day it felt lonely, like the whole world had become a gray purgatory. I ended up at a small roadside diner on the outskirts of town. Its neon sign flickered half-heartedly. The smell of frying bacon and coffee wrapped around me as I entered. A few patrons looked up, curious. I chose a corner booth, not wanting to be seen or spoken to. My reflection in the window was ghastly, eyes sunken, face pale, hair unkempt. I could have passed for a ghost myself. A waitress approached, a kind-faced woman who asked what I'd like. I ordered black coffee and a slice of pie, hoping for a jolt of energy. While I waited, I stared at the condensation forming on the window pane. My mind replayed images of the painting refusing to burn, the easel moving on camera, the mouth that looked heartbreakingly sad. I tried to recall the last time I'd actually felt normal. Maybe before I found the locked room. Before all of this. Now it seemed like a distant memory. The waitress returned with my coffee and pie. When I thanked her, she gave me a concerned look. "You okay, hon?" I swallowed. "Just tired?" I muttered. She hesitated as if she wanted to say something else, then nodded and left me to my meal. I forced myself to take a few sips of the coffee, grimacing at its bitterness. The pie tasted of artificial cherries, but I ate it anyway, chewing mechanically. I needed the calories, if nothing else. Despite my best efforts at distraction, the painting's pull grew stronger in my mind. It was like a persistent voice whispering, "Come back. Come back and finish what you started." I wanted to resist. I wanted to run from the house and never look back, but the knowledge that my great-uncle had presumably done the same, that the painting had lain dormant only to ensnare me decades later, gnawed at me. If I fled, I was leaving a ticking time bomb for whoever inherited the manor next. I felt a twisted responsibility to end this, once and for all. I paid for my meal, left a tip, and walked out into the drizzling rain. The sky was a dull monotone. The roads were slick, shining with watery reflections of the diner's neon sign. As I drove back toward the manor, fear thickened in my chest. But beneath the fear was something else, a determination. I hated that painting for what it had done to me, and for what it might have done to Eleanor. But that hatred might be the only thing fueling me to finish it. When I reached the house, I stood in the foyer for a long moment, the silence almost palpable, the sense of a watching presence pressed in from the upper floors. Gritting my teeth, I climbed the staircase, flashlight in hand. Though the power seemed to have come back, the house's electricity was still spotty. My footsteps felt like thunder in the hush. The locked door to the art room wasn't locked anymore. I opened it and found the damaged canvas on the easel, waiting. Despite its charred edges, the figure still held an uncanny magnetism. The dress, the hair, the half-formed face. Part of me recalled how painting even small details left me drained, as though the canvas fed on my life force. I approached, my throat tight. On the work table, my brushes and paints lay scattered. The colors I'd used to shape her face were dried on the palette, cracked from disuse. I rummaged for fresh paint tubes, my hands cold and trembling. Could I truly do this? I pushed aside the broken frame remnants, clearing a small space around the easel. I needed to focus, to treat this like any other painting job, except for the creeping dread. My heart pounded as I sat up. First, I evaluated what remained of the canvas. The face was only about 50% completed, the lower jaw, mouth, and a suggestion of cheeks. There was an empty space where the eyes should be, along with the forehead. The background behind her was mostly intact, except for some singed corners. Sighing shakily, I squeezed out fresh paint onto the palette flesh tones, subtle browns and pinks, a few highlights for the eyes. My stomach nodded at the thought of giving this apparition eyes that could stare into mine. I lit a lantern, aware that the overhead bulb flickered annoyingly. Then, battling the trimmers in my hands, I dipped a brush into a mid-tone. Very gently, I laid the first stroke along the upper cheek. A leaden fatigue slammed into me, almost making me collapse. I gasped, bracing myself against the easel. It felt like a wave of sorrow had torn through my chest, leaving me breathless. My vision swam with shapes. Brief, flickering images of a woman sobbing, a man's silhouette looming behind her, the glint of a razor. I yanked the brush away, panting. The color on the canvas remained, a small, damp patch that blended into the existing paint. The painting seemed to shimmer in response, as though alive with some ephemeral energy. I forced myself to keep going. Stroke by stroke, I filled in the contours of the upper cheekbones, careful not to move too quickly. Each time I applied paint, my head spun with fleeting visions, memories that felt like they belonged to someone else. I heard the echo of footsteps on a hardwood floor, the flutter of a curtain in a draft, a desperate voice whispering, "Please, listen." All ephemeral, gone as soon as I tried to focus on them. Hours passed in a haze of trembling effort. Outside, the drizzle transformed into a full downpour again, pounding on the windows. Lightning occasionally lit the room, revealing the canvas in stark detail. The face looked more defined now, though still eyeless. I felt like I was losing track of time. My arms ached, and I was unbelievably tired. Yet every time I tried to stop, the painting's pull became stronger, almost punishing me with sharper visions. Finally, my stomach growled loudly, and I realized I was about to collapse from hunger and dehydration. Reluctantly, I set the brush down and staggered out into the hallway. My legs nearly buckled. It felt like I'd done a full day's manual labor. I crept downstairs to the kitchen, guzzled water from the faucet, and ate a banana I'd left on the counter. It tasted like cardboard, but it gave me a small energy boost. I couldn't bring myself to go back into the art room just yet, so I sat at the kitchen table, letting the time pass while the storm raged. My mind drifted back to Margaret's advice. She'd said finishing the painting under proper conditions might set the spirit to rest. But what conditions? Purification, she'd implied, though she dismissed it as superstition. Still, maybe I needed more than just brute force. The fire had failed, after all. Was there some ritual or invocation that might help? The idea felt silly, like trying to cast a spell. But normal methods hadn't worked. After a while, the adrenaline spike faded, and my eyes struggled to stay open. I trudged to the master bedroom, changed into pajamas, and collapsed into bed. Sleep overcame me instantly, though it was far from restful. Dreams enveloped swirling corridors, half-lit rooms, the faint sound of weeping. In one sequence, I stood before a mirror and saw the painting's face instead of my own, the eyes still blank. In another, I felt someone guiding my hand on a paintbrush, whispering, "We must finish." I woke multiple times, heart pounding, only to sink back into the same dreamlike repetition. When morning light finally broke through the curtains, my body felt like a rag wrung dry. With a groan, I forced myself upright. I had no appetite, but I knew I had to eat something, so I made a slice of toast and forced down a few bites. My gaze drifted to the hallway. The painting beckoned, as it always did. If I was going to see this through, I'd have to find a way to protect myself, or at least fortify my psyche. A half-crazed idea took shape. Perhaps I could bring in a priest or a spiritualist to bless the work before completion. It sounded ridiculous. My modern mind rebelled at the notion. But given what I'd witnessed, I was willing to try anything. Desperate times, desperate measures. I rummaged through my phone's contacts but found nothing relevant. A few random Google searches led me to a local parish. Did I dare call them and ask for an exorcism of a painting? I nearly laughed at the absurdity, but my hand shook as I dialed the number. A calm male voice answered. Father Mitchell speaking. My mouth went dry. Hello, Father. My name is Helen Bradford. I don't usually attend church, but I have a situation. I trailed off, embarrassed by how insane this sounded. He waited patiently, humming a mild acknowledgement for me to continue. I live in an old manor, I said, struggling to keep my voice steady. There's a painting, I believe it might be cursed or haunted, and I don't know what to do. He was silent for a moment. I expected a dismissive laugh. Instead, he spoke gently. The church teaches that evil can manifest in many forms, Miss Bradford. Have you experienced specific disturbances? I swallowed. Yes. I've seen unexplainable movements, visions. The painting seems to draw on my energy. I tried destroying it, but it didn't work. He released a quiet sigh, tinged with caution. I've encountered a few cases where inanimate objects appear to host a malevolent force. Sometimes prayer or a blessing can help, but it's not a guarantee. I pressed the phone tighter to my ear. Would you be willing to come to my home? To see if you can help? He hesitated. I can't promise anything, but I can come by tomorrow afternoon. Let us pray that we can bring peace. That is, if you truly want that. The question lingered. Did I want peace, or was I too compelled by the painting's mystery? Shoving aside my conflicted thoughts, I said, Wes. Thank you, Father. We arranged a time. 2 o'clock the following day. I hung up, a swirl of relief and apprehension in my gut. Now, at least, I had some hope. Of course, part of me worried that if the painting really was anchored by an entity, it might react violently to a priest's intervention. But I was in too deep to worry about that. Already, I felt a slight lessening of pressure, as if something had loosened its grip on me. Probably just the relief of not facing it alone. The rest of the day was a delicate dance of avoiding the art room, but feeling pulled toward it. Finally, around midday, I forced myself inside to keep working on the face. My logic said that if I waited too long, I'd lose my nerve entirely. And if finishing was truly the key to freeing Eleanor's spirit, then the quicker I did it, the better. I rationalized that once the priest arrived, we could finalize the painting under some protective blessing, but maybe I could get it close to done in the meantime. Setting up my paints again, I began to define the forehead, the curve of the hairline. Each brushstroke left me tingling with a mixture of fatigue and dread. An hour in, I nearly passed out from a wave of disorientation. I found myself on my knees, nails digging into the floor. A swirl of half formed crowded my mind, a frantic argument in a candlelit room, the crash of something fragile breaking, a man's anguished shout. Then, just as quickly, it all receded. Shivering, I looked up at the canvas. The forehead was now painted, complete except for some highlights. Even though the painting's eyes were still absent, the woman's expression seemed more mournful. My breath caught, tears unexpectedly burning in my eyes. I whispered, "Eleanor, is that you?" Silence thickened the air. I sensed no response, yet the sorrow was so palpable it felt like a living presence. My own sadness welled up, seemingly out of nowhere. I wept without fully understanding why. Grief that felt borrowed. Eventually, I gathered myself, took a few more strokes of the brush, then stumbled away to collapse in a chair. I was beyond exhausted. My eyelids fluttered. Sleep tugged at me, but I resisted, fearing a new onslaught of nightmares. Instead, I forced myself to stand, turn out the lamp, and back away from the canvas. My gaze lingered, unsettled by how alive it looked. That evening, I confined myself to the master bedroom, door locked. I couldn't bear another night hearing strange noises or footsteps in the halls. At some point, I drifted into a shallow sleep. The nightmares came anyway. I was wandering the house in darkness, searching for something. The corridors led me to a locked door. A different one, not the art room. I rattled the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Behind it, I heard a woman sobbing and the faint scrape of a brush on canvas. I called out, "Eleanor." The sobbing stopped. Then, in a voice like dead leaves rustling, I heard, "He took everything from me. Finish it. Let me be free." The tone was both pleading and vengeful. I jerked awake, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding a furious rhythm. Morning light did nothing to quell my anxiety. A chill pervaded the entire manor. I crept downstairs, made coffee, and sat in the kitchen, waiting for Father Mitchell. I half expected him to call and cancel, or for something terrible to happen before he arrived. But around 2 o'clock, I heard a firm knock on the front door. My heart lurched with relief. Finally, someone else was here. I opened the door to find a tall man in his late 50s, wearing a black coat and carrying a small leather bag. Rain droplets glittered on the shoulders of his coat, and the damp breeze fluttered his silver hair. "Mins Bradford," he said gently. "Yes, please come in," I replied, stepping aside. His gaze swept the foyer, taking in the worn grandeur. He exhaled slowly, as though he could feel the oppressive atmosphere. "Thank you for allowing me inside," he said. "Where is the painting?" I led him upstairs to the art room. Each step felt heavier than the last. Upon entering, Father Mitchell's eyes landed immediately on the canvas. Even with the charred edges and the incomplete eyes, the portrait commanded attention. He approached it with quiet solemnity. "This is it." "Wes," I said, my throat tight. "It used to be nearly full size, but I tried to burn it. I couldn't." He nodded, lips thinning. "I sense a heaviness here. May I examine it?" Swallowing, I gestured for him to proceed. He set his leather bag on a side table, removed a small vial of holy water, and a crucifix. Then he murmured a soft prayer in Latin, sprinkling water gently around the room. My chest constricted with nervous anticipation. Would the painting react? For a few moments, nothing happened. Father Mitchell continued, reciting passages in a low voice. The air felt thick, like charged humidity before a storm. A faint buzzing filled my ears, and I had the uncanny sense that we were not alone. Suddenly, the lantern flickered. A gust of wind whipped through the room, though the windows were closed. Father Mitchell's eyes widened, but he kept reciting the prayer, gripping the crucifix more firmly. The corners of the canvas fluttered, as if caught in a sudden draft. I stood at the edge of the room, arms wrapped around myself. My heart was in my throat, but I was grateful not to be alone this time. Father Mitchell finished his prayer, then turned to me, perspiration beading on his brow. "I felt resistance," he said, voice trembling slightly. "There is indeed a presence attached to this painting." My stomach nodded. "What do we do?" He glanced at the portrait. "We can attempt a blessing of release, but if the spirit is unwilling or too angry, it may not be enough. Have you considered simply leaving this place?" I exhaled shakily. "Wes, but I feel responsible. I'm the only one who can finish it, or so it seems." I recounted the story of Eleanor, the diaries, my attempts to destroy the canvas. Father Mitchell listened intently, occasionally nodding. When I finished, he said, "If completing the portrait is truly linked to freeing this restless spirit, then perhaps we must do so under the protection of prayer. But I must warn you, if the spirit's motive is malevolent, finishing it may unleash something worse." A chill swept through me. What choice do I have? The painting won't be destroyed, and it's already haunting me. He clasped his hands together, his jaw set. "Very well. I will stay here while you continue your work. We'll bless each step. This is unconventional, but I sense you're too far in to stop." I nodded, tears threatening. At least I wasn't alone in my madness now. Father Mitchell handed me a small crucifix. "Keep this with you. Let's begin." With trembling resolve, I approached the canvas. Only the eyes remained unfinished. My brush hovered over the paint palette, cold dread coiling around my spine. Father Mitchell recited soft prayers behind me, the cadence steady, like a steadying heartbeat. Then, carefully, I mixed pigments for the iris. Unsure whether the woman's eyes were brown, green, or blue, I felt strangely guided, as if an invisible hand led mine. My brush dipped into a deep brown, flecked with gold. Somehow I knew this was right. My first stroke on the empty socket felt like plunging into icy water. A violent shudder rippled through me. Father Mitchell's voice wavered, but he continued praying. I forced the brush to continue, building the shapes and shades that formed the left eye, each detail. Eyelid, pupil, the gentle glint that made it seem alive, sent shards of energy stabbing through my body. My vision blurred with tears. I pushed on, tears streaming, paint blending. the synergy of art and terror was unlike anything I'd experienced. When I finished the left eye, I stepped back, panting. Father Mitchell stopped chanting and stared at the canvas, his expression caught between awe and alarm. The woman's left eye now gazed out, pain haunting, almost reproachful. The atmosphere in the room felt suffocating, like the air had been sucked out. My heart hammered. We were close to the final step. "You can do this," Father Mitchell said softly, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. He resumed his quiet prayer. With a dry swallow, I lifted the brush for the right eye. Here, my hand trembled even more. I could sense the spirit's desperation, an urgency that both compelled and terrified me. The strokes didn't come smoothly. The paint seemed to tug at the bristles, resisting or demanding more. I clenched my jaw, forcing the pigment into place. As the shape of the right eye emerged, a deafening silence filled my ears, like a pressure building in my skull. I wanted to scream from the tension. Father Mitchell's voice faltered, then grew stronger again, his chanting echoing in my mind. The final brushstroke, highlight on the pupil, trembled on the tip of my brush. I hesitated, fear twisting my gut. Once I applied it, the painting would be complete. My instincts warned me that a floodgate might open. But it was too late to turn back. Gritting my teeth, I pressed the brush to the canvas. A bright dot of reflected light emerged in the painted iris. In that instant, a surge of energy blasted through the room, like an invisible shockwave. I was thrown backward, colliding with a table. Father Mitchell staggered, nearly dropping his crucifix. The lantern light flared, then snuffed out. Darkness engulfed us, illuminated only by sporadic flashes of lightning outside. A keening wail filled the space, a sound that didn't come from either of us. It was high-pitched, anguished, echoing like 1,000 distant voices. I pressed my hands over my ears, my pulse roaring. The painting itself seemed to pulse with unnatural light, the newly finished eyes shining with a strange luminescence. Father Mitchell shouted a prayer, but the words were drowned out by the unearthly shriek. I felt a presence, intense, furious, and grief-stricken, whirl around the room. The temperature plummeted, my breath misting before me. Then, all at once, the wailing stopped. Silence crashed down, so absolute it made my head ring. I struggled to stand, my body shaking. Father Mitchell fumbled for the lantern, managing to relight it with trembling hands. The flame sputtered, revealing the painting on the easel. The woman's face was now fully rendered, eyes wide and glistening with tears. She looked heartbreakingly real, as though she might speak at any second. A heavy hush pressed down on us. Father Mitchell and I exchanged stunned glances. The oppressive cold remained, and a new tension buzzed in the air, like static before a lightning strike. "What now?" I whispered, my voice trembling. Before he could answer, something moved on the canvas. The woman's painted eyes appeared to shift, focusing on me. I recoiled in horror. This was no illusion. I swore her gaze flickered with life. My heart pounded so hard I thought I might faint. Then came a faint voice, emanating from everywhere and nowhere. "I am free." It was layered like multiple voices merging into one. I felt a maelstrom of emotions. Rage, sorrow, relief. The crucifix in my hand turned scorching hot. I yelped, dropping it. Father Mitchell rushed forward, chanting more forcefully. "Spirits of darkness, be gone. In the name of..." A thunderclap cut him off. The house shook as if an earthquake rumbled through its foundations. Plastered dust rained from the ceiling. The painting's edges began to curl, as though burning from an internal flame. Father Mitchell grabbed me, trying to pull me away. But I found myself rooted to the spot, transfixed by the figure in the portrait. Her eyes locked on mine. For a fleeting moment, I felt a wave of gratitude, like she was thanking me. Then anguish twisted her features, and the entire canvas convulsed. With a final explosion of energy, the painting tore apart along the burned edges. Fragments of canvas scattered, swirling in a vortex of wind that nearly snuffed the lantern. I shielded my face. Father Mitchell shielded the cross before him. The howling wind carried whimpers, sobs, and then a whisper in my ear. "Remember, Miva?" A blast of cold air struck my back, and the swirling debris collapsed in a heap on the floor. Silence. For several long seconds, neither of us moved. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. Slowly, warily, I lowered my arms. The painting was gone, ripped into pieces on the floor. Smoke, like wisps, drifted upward, vanishing into the air. The oppressive energy that had weighted the room was gone. Instead, there was a hollow stillness. Father Mitchell exhaled, crossing himself. "Dear God," he murmured. "I've never in all my years." I sank to my knees, tears sliding down my cheeks. Relief, devastation, shock. It was all too much. "Is it over?" I managed to whisper. He walked over to the debris, nudging it with his foot. The scraps of canvas lay lifeless, no trace of the woman's form. Even the paint had flaked away in places. "It appears so," he replied gently, helping me to my feet. "The spirit is gone, released, or banished. I can't say which, but I sense no lingering presence. An odd emptiness enveloped me. I looked around at the room that had consumed so many of my nights and fears. Now it felt like just another dusty old space. I shivered, hugging myself. I thought finishing it would set Eleanor free, but was that her? Or something else? Father Mitchell placed a hand on my shoulder. "Perhaps both. The sorrow might have merged with something darker over time. We may never fully understand, but you did what you thought was right." A weakness swamped me, and I leaned against him for support. "Thank you," I murmured, tears mingling with gratitude. "I don't think I could have faced this alone." He offered a reassuring squeeze. "If you need me again, call. But for now, rest, cleanse this place. Focus on the living." I walked him out, my mind dazed. Outside, the rain had stopped and a pale sun broke through a scattering of clouds. As he left, Father Mitchell paused on the porch. "Helen," he said quietly, "I saw genuine torment in there. Sometimes tragedies linger, unable to find closure. You've given them a chance at peace." He squeezed my hand, then turned and walked away, coat flapping in a gentle breeze. I stood watching his car disappear down the driveway until the taillights vanished. Then I slowly turned back to the manor. Despite the new calm, I couldn't shake a lingering sense of apprehension. A question gnawed at me: was the spirit truly gone, or had I just opened a new door? The images of the painting's final convulsion replayed in my mind. That mixture of rage, sorrow, and gratitude was unlike anything I'd experienced. Stepping inside, I found the house eerily quiet. A hush that was almost too complete. I went upstairs to the art room, gingerly stepping around the torn pieces of canvas. My own art supplies were strewn about, a testament to the chaotic ritual we'd just performed. Yet the intangible weight that had pressed down on this room was absent. The windows let in faint, dusty light, illuminating motes that danced lazily in the air. I felt simultaneously free and lost. My entire world had revolved around that painting for days, weeks, and now it was gone, destroyed in a whirlwind of supernatural fury. Weariness dragged at my bones, urging me to rest. Before I could do anything else, I had to see if the house itself was okay. No structural damage from that unnatural shaking. I made a quick circuit of the rooms, checking for cracks or fallen debris. Some plaster had chipped in the hallway, but nothing catastrophic. The house was old, used to the storms of time, it seemed. Eventually, I drifted back to the master bedroom, collapsing onto the mattress. My eyelids were heavy, but my mind buzzed with residual adrenaline. Could I finally sleep without nightmares? The room was quiet, my body bone tired. Slowly, I allowed myself to relax, clinging to the hope that the horror was over. As I drifted into unconsciousness, I whispered a final plea: "Eleanor, if you're at peace, let this end." No dreams came, just a deep, dark slumber that wrapped me in oblivion. When I woke, daylight was pouring through the curtains. The sunlight felt alien, too bright, too normal for a house that had been consumed by darkness and dread just hours earlier. For a moment, I lay still, trying to piece together whether the events of the previous night were real or some feverish nightmare. My body ached, and the faint scent of smoke still clung to my hair. That was proof enough. The painting was gone, or at least it no longer existed in its original, cursed form. My rational mind told me that should be enough to declare victory, to feel relief. Yet as I sat up, swinging my legs over the side of the bed. An unsettling void lingered in my chest. I felt like I'd torn away a part of myself in destroying it. Or maybe it had torn something out of me. The house was eerily quiet. Not the oppressive silence of before, when every creak and shadow hinted at unseen watchers, but the kind of calm that follows a storm. I dressed in loose, comfortable clothes, not bothering with makeup or the effort of taming my wild hair. There was no one to see me, after all. As I padded down the stairs, my footfalls felt almost too loud in the emptiness. The kitchen greeted me with its usual disarray, a sink full of neglected dishes, crumbs scattered across the counter. I set the coffee maker to brew, the familiar hiss and gurgle grounding me in routine. While waiting for the coffee, I glanced out the window. The sky was a pale blue, streaked with soft clouds. A flock of birds wheeled overhead, their chirping faint but cheerful. It was the first time in weeks that the outside world had felt inviting. I should step out, I thought. Breathe fresh air, feel sunlight on my skin. Yet something kept me rooted in place. The house still had its hooks in me, and I couldn't leave until I was sure it was truly over. I sat at the kitchen table with my coffee, staring at the steam curling from the mug. The events of the past few weeks replayed in fragmented flashes. The locked art room, the first brushstrokes on the portrait, the creeping exhaustion, the visions, the fire that failed to destroy the painting, and finally, Father Mitchell's intervention, the ghostly wail, the explosion of energy that left the canvas in tatters. Was the spirit of Eleanor finally at rest? Or had I unleashed something darker by finishing the work? That last thought sent a chill through me. I pushed the coffee away, suddenly nauseated. My appetite was non-existent, but I forced myself to nibble on a slice of toast. I needed strength to face the day, whatever it might hold. Part of me considered calling Margaret Kelly again, sharing the aftermath with her. She might have insights, or at least offer a sympathetic ear. But I hesitated. Would she believe me if I told her the painting had come to life in its final moments? Even Father Mitchell had seemed shaken by what he'd witnessed, and he'd been there. Instead, I resolved to clean the art room. The thought of entering that space again made my stomach churn, but it felt necessary. I needed to reclaim the room for myself, to strip away the remnants of the painting and its influence. Armed with garbage bags, a broom, and a rag, I ascended the stairs. My grip tightened on the banister as I approached the doorway, memories of the night before surging to the surface. When I stepped inside, the room was both exactly as I'd left it and entirely different. The pile of charred canvas fragments remained in the center, but the oppressive atmosphere was gone. Sunlight streamed through the window, catching motes of dust in golden beams. The air was still, almost serene. I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I knelt by the remnants of the painting, careful not to touch them with bare hands. The canvas scraps were brittle and blackened. The once vivid colors faded to ghostly smudges. A few larger pieces still bore fragments of the woman's face. Her eyes, one tear-streaked cheek. I stared at them for a long moment, a strange mix of sadness and unease tugging at me. Then, resolutely, I swept them into a garbage bag. Each piece felt heavier than it should, as if it carried the weight of everything the painting had represented: sorrow, anger, desperation. When the last fragment was gone, I cleaned the rest of the room with methodical determination. Dusting, scrubbing, sweeping. I wanted to erase every trace of the ordeal, to transform the space into something neutral. By the time I finished, the room looked brighter, less foreboding. But it still felt hollow. As I stood there, surveying my work, a question surfaced unbidden: what would I do with this room now? Could I ever use it as a studio again? Or would it remain a mausoleum for a painting that should never have existed? The sound of my phone buzzing jolted me from my thoughts. I pulled it from my pocket and saw an unfamiliar number on the screen. Hesitating for only a moment, I answered. "Hello. Helen Bradford." The voice was mild, calm, but authoritative. "Wes, speaking. This is Detective Langley with the county police. I'm calling regarding some inquiries into your property." My heart skipped. What kind of inquiries? There have been reports about strange activity at the Bradford Manor over the years. Unofficially, of course. We're following up on a few historical cases, and your name came up. Do you have time to discuss? I swallowed hard, gripping the phone tighter. I suppose so. What specifically are you asking about? Langley hesitated, then said, "There's a record of a missing person from the 1930s. An artist named Eleanor Bradford. Her connection to the manor is well documented, but there are gaps in the timeline. We've been looking into the possibility of foul play." Foul play. The phrase sent a shiver down my spine. I found some journals, I admitted cautiously. They suggest she struggled with her mental health. Duh. That's consistent with what we've gathered, Langley said. But there's evidence to suggest she wasn't acting alone in her final days. Neighbors reported hearing arguments from the house. There were rumors about a relative, possibly a cousin, who may have been involved. A cold wave washed over me. I thought of the shadowy figures in my visions, the fragments of an argument I'd glimpsed. What are you suggesting? We're not sure yet, Langley said. But if you uncover anything unusual, letters, documents, anything that might shed light on her disappearance, please let us know. I promised to do so, though my mind was spinning. When the call ended, I stared at the empty art room, my pulse racing. Eleanor's spirit was supposed to be at rest, yet the mystery surrounding her life and death felt as tangled as ever. If there were more secrets hidden in this house, would I have the strength to uncover them? Or had I already sacrificed too much? The faintest whisper seemed to drift through the room, brushing past my ear like a breath. "Remember me?" I froze, every muscle taut. Then, slowly, I turned and left the room, closing the door behind me. It was time to leave the house, to step into the sunlight and remind myself that I was still alive, for now. The letter from Catherine lingered in my thoughts long after I'd tucked it into my pocket. Her words carried a weight that seemed to pulse through the air, weaving into the fabric of the house itself. He grows more erratic by the day. The painting has consumed him. Who was? The cousin the detective had mentioned, a figure erased by time, now no more than a shadow in Eleanor's tragic story. I couldn't rest until I found out. The thought of leaving the manor crossed my mind again, but it felt impossible. This wasn't just a haunted house or a string of unsettling coincidences. It was a puzzle, one I was now deeply entangled in. That night, I slept fitfully, the letter's phrases twisting through my dreams. I saw Eleanor's face in fragments, as though she were a puzzle missing crucial pieces. Her mouth moved, but I couldn't hear her voice. Instead, the room around her distorted, brushstrokes smearing across the walls, morphing into faces that screamed silently. I woke in a cold sweat, the taste of dread bitter on my tongue. Morning came sluggishly, the light pale and listless. The house felt colder than ever, a quiet menace lingering in the corners. I wrapped myself in a thick sweater and brewed coffee, trying to shake the heaviness that clung to me. My gaze wandered to the library, where I'd found the letter. Something told me it wasn't the only clue hiding there. I spent hours combing through the shelves, flipping through dusty books and rifling through loose papers. Most were mundane. Notes on gardening, grocery lists, receipts for household repairs. But in a locked drawer of the desk, I found a small journal bound in cracked leather. The key had been hidden beneath the inkwell, its brass surface tarnished with age. The journal belonged to Catherine. Her handwriting was neat but hurried, the ink faint in places. As I flipped through the pages, her voice came alive in my mind. A mix of desperation and determination. She wrote about Eleanor's brilliance, her passion for art, and the dark turn her life had taken at inheriting the house. Eleanor's talent is undeniable, but the painting, it has changed her. She works through the night, barely stopping to eat or sleep. When I try to speak to her, she looks at me as though I'm a stranger. I've caught her muttering under her breath, arguing with someone who isn't there. And the painting, it's wrong. I can't explain it, but it feels alive, as though it's watching us both. My fingers trembled as I turned the pages, the narrative spiraling deeper into chaos. Catherine described strange occurrences, doors locking on their own, cold drafts sweeping through sealed rooms, whispers that seemed to come from the walls. She suspected Eleanor's cousin, a man named Victor, of fueling her obsession. He'd been a painter too, though his work was darker, more grotesque. According to Catherine, he'd arrived uninvited, claiming to help Eleanor with her art. But his influence had only worsened her descent. Victor insists the painting must be completed, that it holds some great significance. I don't trust him. He speaks in riddles, his eyes wild. He and Eleanor argue constantly, their voices echoing through the halls. I fear he means her harm, though she refuses to see it. If only I could make her leave this cursed place. The journal ended abruptly, the final pages filled with frantic scrawls. Catherine described a terrible night when the house seemed to come alive, every shadow stretching toward her, every creak of the floorboards a threat. She wrote of hearing Eleanor scream, followed by a deafening silence. The last entry was a single, chilling line. He's taken her. I sat back, the journal slipping from my hands. The room felt stifling, the air thick with the weight of Catherine's words. Victor had to be the referenced in the letter. But who was he really? And what had he done to Eleanor? My mind spun with possibilities, each more horrifying than the last. There was only one place I could think to search for answers: the basement. The thought sent a shiver through me. I hadn't ventured down there since moving in, and for good reason. The narrow staircase leading to the lower level was cloaked in darkness, the air heavy with damp and mildew. But if Victor had hidden anything, evidence of his madness, or even Eleanor herself, it would be there. Armed with a flashlight and a surge of reluctant determination, I descended into the shadows. The basement was colder than I'd expected, the chill biting through my sweater. The flashlight beam wavered as I stepped onto the uneven concrete floor, the space sprawling out before me in a maze of storage shelves and forgotten relics. Boxes piled high with dusty linens. Rusting tools hung on pegboards. An old wine rack, its bottles long empty. At first, it seemed like nothing more than an ordinary cellar. But then I noticed a door at the far end of the room, partially hidden behind a stack of crates. The wood was warped and splintered, as though it hadn't been opened in decades. My heart pounded as I approached. The handle was cold beneath my fingers. Reluctant to turn, I braced myself, pulling hard until the door creaked open with a groan. A rush of icy air spilled out, carrying with it the faint scent of oil paint and something sore. The room beyond was small, barely more than a closet, but its contents made my blood run cold. A single easel stood in the center, draped with a tattered cloth. Around it were scattered dozens of sketches, faces twisted in agony, eyes hollow, mouths open in silent screams. The walls were covered in hastily scrawled symbols, the meaning of which I couldn't begin to guess. And in the corner, half buried beneath a pile of rags, was a leather-bound portfolio. I hesitated before picking it up, dread pooling in my stomach. The leather was cracked and brittle, the ties stiff with age. When I opened it, a cascade of papers spilled out. Sketches, notes, and fragments of what appeared to be a diary. The handwriting was sharp and erratic, matching Catherine's description of Victor perfectly. The painting is more than a mere canvas. It is a doorway, a vessel. Through it we can reach them, those who exist beyond the veil. Eleanor doesn't understand, but she will. Once it's finished, they will come, and she will see the truth. A chill ran through me. The sketches depicted figures emerging from a swirling void, their forms skeletal and grotesque. Victor had written of rituals, invocations, and sacrifices, all centering around the painting. His obsession with finishing. It wasn't about art. It was about summoning something. Something unspeakable. I stumbled back, nearly dropping the portfolio. The room seemed to close in around me, the air thick with a suffocating pressure. I had to get out. Clutching the portfolio, I fled the basement, the flashlight beam jittering wildly as I scrambled up the stairs. Back in the safety of the library, I locked the door and spread the contents of the portfolio across the desk. My hands shook as I pieced together the fragments of Victor's writings. His madness was undeniable, but so was his conviction. He believed the painting held the power to bridge worlds, to bring forth entities that existed beyond human comprehension. And Eleanor, whether by choice or manipulation, had been his instrument. The weight of Victor's obsession loomed over me as I sifted through the scattered papers. Each page painted a clearer picture of his descent into madness, his belief that the painting was a conduit to something greater, something monstrous. I couldn't shake the feeling that, even in death, Victor's presence lingered within the manor, woven into the fabric of the walls. My thoughts were interrupted by a sudden sound. A faint creak echoed from somewhere above me, sharp and deliberate. I froze, every muscle tensing. The house had been silent all morning, but now it felt alive again. For a moment, I considered ignoring it, but curiosity, or recklessness, compelled me to investigate. Grabbing a heavy flashlight, I ventured into the hallway. The creak came again, this time from the upper floor. My heart raced as I climbed the stairs, each step feeling heavier than the last. The air grew colder, and with every inch I ascended, an unshakable sense of being watched pressed down on me. When I reached the top, the sound stopped abruptly, leaving only silence. I turned toward the source of the noise, the art room. The door was closed, though I had left it open after cleaning. My hand hovered over the doorknob, hesitant to touch it. A deep breath steadied me, and I pushed the door open. The room was exactly as I had left it, or so I thought. But as I stepped inside, the faint scent of oil paint reached me, stronger than before. I scanned the room, my flashlight beam darting over the walls, the easel, the empty floorboards. Then I saw it through a single scrap of canvas lying in the corner, as though deliberately placed. I approached it cautiously, every instinct screaming at me to stop. The canvas was small, no larger than my hand, and its edges were singed. I knelt to examine it, holding the flashlight close. My breath caught in my throat. The fragment bore the faint outline of an eye, one that was unmistakably Eleanor's. I recoiled, dropping the flashlight. The beam spun wildly across the room, casting jagged shadows on the walls. My pulse thundered in my ears as I backed away, my mind scrambling for an explanation. The painting was destroyed. I had burned it, torn it apart. There was no way this piece could still exist. A faint whisper broke the silence, so soft I almost didn't hear it. It wasn't coming from the hallway or the stairs. It was emanating from the room itself. The words were indistinct, but the tone was unmistakable, pleading. Help, myth. The voice sent chills coursing down my spine. It was Eleanor, or whatever remained of her. My eyes darted around the room, searching for the source, but there was nothing. Just the fragment of canvas on the floor, and the oppressive weight of the room pressing down on me. My first instinct was to flee, to leave the house, the mystery, and the painting behind. But the voice tugged at something deeper. Eleanor's spirit had been bound to that cursed canvas for decades, her torment orchestrated by Victor's madness. If she was still reaching out, then perhaps there was something left undone. Something I could still fix. Summoning what little courage I had left, I picked up the canvas fragment and carried it to the library. The light in there felt safer, more grounded, though the chill from the art room clung to me like a second skin. I placed the fragment on the desk, beside Victor's portfolio, the eye staring back at me, lifeless yet watchful. I spent hours piecing together his notes, searching for any hint of how to sever the bond between Eleanor and the painting. The writings were disjointed, filled with cryptic symbols and ramblings about the veil and the watchers. But one passage stood out, scrawled in bold letters across a torn page. The ritual must be completed. Only then will the doorway close. Only then will she be free. My stomach churned as I read the words. If Victor had been performing some kind of ritual, it might explain the painting's power. But what did he mean by completed? Did he succeed? Or was that why the house had consumed him and Eleanor both? The answer, I realized, might lie in the basement. I hadn't searched every inch of that cramped, suffocating space. If there was any trace of Victor's work, it would be there. Dread pooled in my gut as I descended the stairs again, flashlight in hand. The basement was colder than before, the air damp and heavy. I moved past the storage shelves and old wine racks, back to the hidden room where I'd found Victor's portfolio. This time, I searched the walls, running my hands over the symbols etched into the wood. They were intricate and strange, some carved deep enough to splinter the surface. My fingers caught on a loose panel near the floor. Heart pounding, I pried it open, revealing a small, dark compartment. Inside was a bundle wrapped in cloth, tied with frayed string. I hesitated, then untied the knot and unwrapped the bundle. It was another canvas, smaller than the original but painted in the same haunting style. The figure depicted was unmistakably Eleanor, her face twisted in anguish. But this painting was incomplete. Her hands were outstretched, reaching for something unseen. The edges of the canvas were smeared with symbols, identical to those carved into the walls. I stared at the painting, a sick realization dawning on me. This was the missing piece of Victor's ritual. He hadn't finished it. That was why the painting's power lingered, why Eleanor's spirit remained bound to it. But if finishing the painting was the key to closing the doorway, it also carried a terrible risk. What if it unleashed something far worse? The decision weighed heavily on me as I carried the smaller canvas upstairs. I couldn't destroy it. Not yet. If completing it truly meant setting Eleanor free, I had to try. But I would need to prepare. Victor's notes hinted at protective measures, rituals to ward off whatever forces he had sought to summon. If I could replicate them, perhaps I could finish what he started without succumbing to the same fate. Back in the library, I spread out Victor's writings and began to piece together his instructions. Candles chalk, certain phrases to be spoken aloud. The details were maddeningly vague, but I did my best to follow them. As night fell, I gathered the supplies and set up in the art room, the unfinished canvas propped on the easel. The air grew heavier as I worked, the house seeming to hold its breath. Shadows danced in the corners, flickering with the candlelight. My heart pounded as I picked up the brush, mixing the paints to match Victor's palette. The first stroke felt like plunging into icy water. My hand trembled, but I forced myself to continue, filling in the shapes of Eleanor's hands. Each brushstroke sent a ripple of energy through the room, the symbols on the walls glowing faintly. The whispers grew louder, indistinct but insistent. When I finished her hands, I stepped back, my breath ragged. The painting pulsed with a life of its own, the figure of Eleanor now complete. Her eyes seemed to meet mine, filled with a mixture of sorrow and gratitude. The whispers stopped. For a moment, the room was silent. Then, a low hum began to vibrate through the floor, growing louder with each passing second. The candles flickered wildly, their flames stretching upward. I clutched the brush tightly, unsure whether to continue or flee. Suddenly, Eleanor's voice cut through the noise, clear and urgent. "Finish it. Please." The room vibrated with an unearthly energy, the hum growing into a deep, resonant pulse that I could feel in my bones. The candles flared, their light casting strange, flickering shapes across the walls. The painting seemed alive, Eleanor's anguished face appearing almost three-dimensional. Her eyes, painted yet piercing, locked onto mine, pleading with a desperation that made my breath hitch. I steadied myself, the brush trembling in my hand. If this was the final step, I couldn't falter now. Victor's notes had warned of danger, but they also hinted that the painting's completion was the only way to sever the connection between this world and whatever lay beyond. I dipped the brush into the paint, mixing it into a deep, swirling crimson. The color reminded me of blood. The whispers returned, louder this time, overlapping and chaotic. Some sounded like Eleanor's voice, begging for release. Others were low and guttural, incomprehensible murmurs that made my skin crawl. I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to focus. The final details, tiny strokes along Eleanor's outstretched fingers, had to be perfect. As the brush made contact with the canvas, the room erupted in a cacophony of sound. A deafening wail rose from the painting, so loud it felt as though the walls themselves were screaming. My head throbbed, my vision blurring as the air seemed to shimmer with heat. The symbols on the walls glowed brighter, burning with an intensity that made me shield my eyes. Finish it. Eleanor's voice cut through the noise, sharp and commanding. I didn't hesitate. My hand moved with a precision that didn't feel entirely my own, as though guided by an unseen force. Stroke by stroke, I completed the image, filling in the last fragments of Eleanor's hands. Her painted fingers now clasped an indistinct shape, a swirling void that seemed to pulse with darkness. As the final brushstroke fell into place, a shockwave of energy burst from the canvas, throwing me backward. I hit the floor hard. The air knocked from my lungs. The room went dark, the candles extinguished in an instant. The oppressive hum ceased, leaving a ringing silence in its wake. For a moment, I lay there, dazed and gasping, unsure if I was still alive. When I managed to sit up, the first thing I noticed was the painting. It no longer radiated an unnatural energy. The figure of Eleanor was serene now, her face calm and her eyes no longer pleading. She looked at peace, but the sense of relief was short-lived. A cold breeze swept through the room, carrying with it the unmistakable stench of decay. I froze, my heart pounding. The shadows in the corners seemed to shift and wreathe, coalescing into a form that made my stomach drop. A figure emerged from the darkness. A tall, gaunt man with hollow eyes and sharp features. His presence was suffocating, a void that seemed to pull the light from the room. I didn't need to ask who he was. Victor. He stepped forward, his movements unnaturally fluid, like a puppet on strings. His gaze fell on the painting, then on me. A slow, cruel smile spread across his face. "You've done well," he said, his voice a rasp that echoed unnaturally. I scrambled to my feet, backing away. "What do you want?" He tilted his head, his expression mocking. "What I've always wanted. To finish what I started. To open the door." I shook my head, panic clawing at my chest. "The painting is finished. Eleanor is free. It's over." The victor chuckled, a low, sinister sound. "Free? You think this is freedom?" He gestured toward the painting, his skeletal fingers brushing the edge of the canvas. "She is the key, nothing more. And now the door can finally be opened." "No," I whispered, the word barely audible. "You're lying." He stepped closer, the air around him growing colder. "Do you feel it? The veil is thin now, thinner than it's ever been. And you, my dear, have made it possible." The symbols on the walls began to glow again, their light pulsating in rhythm with an unseen force. The painting shimmered, the void in Eleanor's hands swirling with an ominous energy. I could feel it. Something was stirring, something that shouldn't exist in this world. Desperation took hold of me. I grabbed the nearest object, a heavy candlestick, and hurled it at Victor. It passed through him as though he were made of smoke, clattering uselessly to the floor. His laugh was cold and hollow. "You can't stop this," he said. "It's already begun." The room began to shake, the floorboards groaning beneath me. Cracks spiderwebbed across the walls, the symbols blazing brighter. The void in the painting expanded, its darkness spilling out like tendrils of ink. I stumbled backward, my mind racing. There had to be a way to stop this, to undo what I'd done. Victor's voice cut through the chaos. "Embrace it, Helen. This is your purpose. You were chosen, just as she was." "No," I screamed, my voice raw with terror and defiance. "I won't let you win." In that moment, I remembered the crucifix Father Mitchell had given me. It was still in my pocket, a small but powerful symbol of protection. I fumbled for it, gripping it tightly in my hand. The metal was cold, almost burning, but I held on. With every ounce of strength I had left, I raised the crucifix and shouted, "You are not welcome here. Leave this house." The air seemed to ripple, a wave of resistance pushing back against Victor's presence. He snarled, his form flickering like a dying flame. The symbols on the walls dimmed, their glow faltering. The void in the painting began to collapse in on itself, the tendrils retreating. Eleanor's face shone with a faint light, her expression one of quiet resolve. Her voice echoed in my mind, soft but clear. "Thank you." Victor let out a furious scream, his form dissolving into shadows. The room shuddered violently, and then, all at once, everything went still. The symbols faded to nothing, the cracks in the walls sealing themselves. The air was heavy with silence. I collapsed to my knees, the crucifix falling from my hand. The painting remained on the easel, but it was different now. The void was gone, replaced by a serene background of soft colors. Eleanor's figure was complete, her hands resting gently in her lap. She looked at peace, truly at peace. Tears streamed down my face as I whispered, "It's over." For the first time in weeks, the house felt quiet. Not the oppressive silence of before, but a calm, restful stillness. I stayed there for a long time, staring at the painting, letting the weight of everything wash over me. The hours that followed felt surreal, as though I were suspended between two worlds. The house, once alive with its dark energy, now seemed still, its menace dissolved. Even the air felt lighter, free from the oppressive weight that had pressed down on me since the day I arrived. I sat before the completed painting, staring at Eleanor's serene figure. She no longer looked trapped or tormented. Her expression was calm, almost regal, her eyes gazing into the distance, as if she were finally free. The colors on the canvas were brighter now, radiating a warmth I hadn't noticed before. For the first time in weeks, I allowed myself to hope that the nightmare was truly over. The next morning, sunlight poured through the windows, bathing the house in golden light. It felt like the first real morning I'd experienced here, one untainted by dread. The smell of fresh coffee filled the kitchen as I brewed a pot, my movements slow and deliberate, savoring the normalcy of the moment. As I sat at the table, sipping from my mug, my phone buzzed. It was an unknown number, but I had a feeling I knew who it was. I answered, my voice steady despite the rush of emotions swirling inside me. "Hello. Helen Bradford." The familiar voice of Detective Langley greeted me. "Wes," I replied. "I just wanted to follow up," he said. "We've been digging into the history of the Bradford Manor, as we discussed. There's been some interesting findings." I leaned forward, my pulse quickening. "What kind of findings?" Eleanor Bradford's disappearance was officially closed as a missing persons case, but we uncovered some personal letters and journal entries from a distant relative. They suggest foul play as we suspected, but also something more unusual. My throat tightened. Unusual how? Langley hesitated as if weighing his words. The letters mention Victor, her cousin. It seems he was heavily involved in, let's call it, esoteric practices. Rituals, summoning things like that? But the journals also mention that Eleanor tried to stop him. She believed the painting he was working on was dangerous, that it was tied to something beyond this world. I exhaled shakily. She was right. He never finished it. But I did. Langley's voice sharpened. "You what?" I told him everything. About the painting, the whispers, the visions, and Victor's shadowy presence. I expected disbelief, maybe outright dismissal. But Langley didn't interrupt. When I finished, there was a long silence on the other end. "Finally," he said, "that house has a dark history. Helen, if what you're saying is true, maybe you've put some of it to rest. But my advice? Don't stay there any longer than you need to." I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. "I don't plan to?" That evening, I made preparations to leave. The thought of abandoning the manor filled me with conflicting emotions. Despite everything, it was still a part of my family's legacy, a piece of my history. But I knew staying any longer would only invite more pain. Some doors were meant to be closed. Before I left, I returned to the art room one last time. The painting of Eleanor remained on the easel, untouched and glowing faintly in the soft light. I didn't have the heart to destroy it, not after everything it had cost to complete it. Instead, I carefully wrapped it in cloth and placed it in a wooden crate. As I carried it down the stairs, I paused at the threshold of the house. The air was calm now, the shadows no longer menacing. For the first time, it felt like the house was letting me go. I loaded the painting into my car and drove away, the manor shrinking in my rearview mirror until it was no more than a silhouette against the setting sun. A part of me felt lighter with every mile I put between myself and the house. Another part of me carried the weight of its secrets, knowing they would stay with me forever. Weeks later, I stood in my new studio, a small but cozy space far from the manor. The painting of Eleanor hung on the wall, its presence comforting rather than ominous. I found myself staring at it often, as if drawing strength from her serene expression. I had begun painting again, for the first time since the ordeal. My strokes were hesitant at first, the memories of Victor and the house still fresh in my mind. But as the days passed, my confidence returned. The colors on my canvas were vibrant, full of life, a reflection of my determination to move forward. Every so often, I thought I heard Eleanor's voice, soft and fleeting, like a whisper carried on the wind. Whether it was my imagination or something more, I didn't know, but I liked to think she was at peace, finally free from the torment that had bound her. As for Victor, I hoped his shadow was gone for good. But in the back of my mind, a question lingered. Had I truly closed the doorway? Or had I only delayed what lay beyond it? For now, I chose not to dwell on the answer. Life was too precious, too fleeting to be consumed by fear. I had survived, and I would keep surviving. With a deep breath, I picked up my brush and began a new painting. The strokes were bold, the colors vibrant. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, I painted not out of duty or desperation, but out of joy. And for the first time, I felt free.